Há séculos que Portugal olha para o mar e vê mais do que o horizonte. Portugal tem uma das indústrias de pesca mais antigas do mundo, um setor que evolui com inovação, tecnologia e sustentabilidade. A pesca mantém o ritmo das marés, mas com respeito pelo oceano. Na indústria transformadora, o peixe é tratado com precisão e orgulho. As conservas, herança portuguesa, reinventam-se sem perder o sabor da história. E nas aquaculturas, nasce uma nova forma de alimentar o mundo. Da captura à transformação, das conservas à aquacultura, o saber português continua a ser referência além fronteiras. No mar, encontramos a nossa origem. Na inovação, o nosso futuro. O futuro do mar constrói-se hoje. Expo Portugal 2025. Museu Marítimo de Ilhavo. 9 e 10 de dezembro.
Back for the second day of the fifth edition of Expo Portugal. In recent months, the fourth edition of the Innovation Award Expo Portugal took place, a contest of ideas focused on innovation and research in the food sector of the sea. We challenge researchers, university students, and startups to submit their projects because we know that there are many innovative ideas that deserve to be promoted and, of course, implemented. The Expo Portugal Innovation Award aims to identify and support projects in the area of food from the sea, process change, and knowledge transfer in sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. In addition, we seek process innovation, new equipment, biodegradable fishing gear, and digital solutions. Today, the day will be entirely dedicated to the presentation of the 15 finalists selected from the 32 contestants of this fourth edition of the prize. Each presentation will have a maximum duration of 10 minutes and will be held in the presence of the members of the jury. After the presentations, our distinguished jury will meet to select the 3 winners who will be announced later this afternoon. I now introduce the members of our jury, which consists of Rui Dias, the mayor of Ilhavo, Isabel Esteves, member of the board of directors of Toca Pesca, Isidro Branquet, general secretary of the Portuguese Aquaculture Association, and Rita Souza, partner at Faber. So let's begin with the presentations. I call to stage the representative of the projects. Good morning, welcome. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Pesca for the invitation. I'm João Viana, the president of the National Small Fishing Association of Circo. We talk about association with about 25 vessels operating from Matosinhos, Santa Furada, and over these 10 years where I've been heading this association, I noticed that there is sort of concern and we feel a bit lost about excessive bureaucracy. So our board decided that we should walk towards digital transition to help our association so that our fishermen will have less concerns, less trouble, because sometimes the bureaucratic part can be more troubling than going to see it and coming back. And I have no doubt about that, because I'm standing here on the stage and I feel more nervous than if I was on the vessel. So I want to apologize in advance for being nervous today. So we listened to our members and we decided to apply to this change change that is taking place in the field of fishery. So this digital transition is we have to be aware. We have to help our members, and we have to provide them with training and prepare them for the upcoming years. So I will leave you with a presentation made by our colleague Nuno Nogueira, who will be participating online. Thank you. I hope you can hear me well. I'm going to share a process where we did some research regarding small scale fishing. I apologize, I believe you can't hear, so the sound is not, you can't hear the sound of the video. So we clearly can't, we're not able to hear this presentation. So let's move on, and then if possible, we'll come back and try to to see this presentation later, so that they are. So let's move on to the next project. Now it's the Association for the Blue Bioeconomy. Hello, my name is João Reis. I'm the project manager at Fish Matter, the platform for valuation of co-products of the blue bioeconomy. I usually like to call these products, secondary products, but it's a pleasure to be here again at Expo Fish. so we know that about 40% of the seafood that is fished is ends up not being consumed by the consumers. In Portugal, we have been improving. We have so we are no longer at the 40% range, but there's still work that needs to be done. So, for instance, numbers by airlines from 2023 say that there is a lot of waste. So we only so we use some of the byproducts for animal fodder and other products, but there's still a lot of potential. So I think that our goal is obviously to transfer the knowledge that is generated by our academy and to transfer it to the market. So it is the duty and the vision of this platform to speed up and to turn an opportunity into economic value. So I think it's urgent, and it's worth that Portugal takes advantage of this. So in order to achieve that, we created this platform, Fish Matter, that has about 10 different functions. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but I'm going to describe some of them. So we have entities in the middle. It's not by chance. It's because this platform depends on the entities. We talk about fishermen. We talk about agriculture companies. We talk about the entire value chain. So all the information that is aggregated, such as technical data, information providing for the European Commission. So this information is there to serve these entities, to serve the economy. So obviously, this platform has not been designed for the scientists or for the fishermen. It's designed in such a way that everyone can access it. So I will show you and I will highlight that these blue balls, let's say, they could be considered the output of the platform. So so the information that is scattered around the internet. So we aggregate it using APIs. We do it once a week, daily, depends on the project, and with this enormous volume of information. So we have a learning model that is being applied in order to also manage this information and to have access to the information in a quicker way. There is a public access area of the platform. So we update this area every 3 months, and you can sign up to this platform and use it. We believe that this is a strategic innovation to add value to the co-products, because the users can insert demand and offer, and we will see what is available and what people want to find, because we know there is waste, but we don't. Sometimes we don't know what the resources are. So what those resources are. So one thing is. So we have a catalog of demand and offer, and so and basically this serves to create a bridge between the users. They will interact directly with each other. We personally, we can only act as support. Okay, so we don't to facilitate the communication between the users. to make this clear, we asked artificial intelligence to create a scheme. So let's have a look at practical case. So we have so 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 we need suppliers of mussel shell, but where can we find it? What's the amount we need? So we have to insert this information. So we then will have a possible stakeholder, who wants to invest, in mussel shell, and says, okay, I need about 10 tons a month. So he inserts this information, and then the producers of mussel shell, they get this information, okay. The platform will suggest connections. So the platform doesn't create the connections; it will only suggest. So it's up to the users to establish these connections, these partnerships, and then obviously someone is needed to process the mussel shell to turn it into powder, and then there's someone who has a company, a factory that is not being used for that purpose, and can also be used for this. So this is good to take advantage of resources. So there's obviously not a perfect system yet, but we are already reusing some of the byproducts. So with no so basically this we call this platform it's our Tinder, because it allows to do some matchmaking between the different entities. And also there's articles that might be of interest for the users, and the platform will also point to those articles and suggest the reading. So we are trying to work with about 6,000 entities, and then we also have our artificial intelligence bot Ariel that also tries to make the information more accessible for everyone. And then we have the data, so data that the platform will help to describe, and the idea will be to create constant flux, whether it be to transform linear processes into circular processes, to identify new products, the food chain, and also so we're using the model view controller platform, the same that is also being used by the European Union. So we have an API to communicate with external platforms, and obviously all this information is stored in a database Neo4j. We were only able to make this project see the daylight because from day one we had our partners that accepted the challenge to work together with us. We talk about CIMAR, we talk about IPMA, we talk about the Engineering Institute of Porto, the University of Aveiro. So thank you. I hope that you sign up to this platform, and that you believe in this project as well. Thank you. Thank you. So the next group that will present their project will be MAPRASH, the Metabolic Monitoring Platform for Improvement of Sustainability and Food Safety in Aquaculture from the University of Aveiro. Good morning, welcome. Good morning, everyone. My name is Inês Graça, and my project is related to developing a continuous monitoring of so this is a project developed by the University of Aveiro and Coimbra with a partnership in Peniche. As you know, aquaculture has been growing significantly over the past few years. In 2023, it represented about more than 50% of the production of fish. And interesting, something that is a common feature of this is the aquaculture systems with recirculation. We talk about a system that gets water from the sea, then there is a process to add oxygen and among others, and then this water is then reused and retreated. Some of the advantages of the system are biosafety, environmental protection, the fact that 90% of the water is reused, and also the traceability and the quality. But even with all these advantages, it only represents between 1.5 and 2% of the total production of the European Union because of the costs. In Europe, it is being used for the production of eels and also sea bass, for instance. At Ciência is a company that is basically focused on production of croaker. But obviously there are some problems that may issue, like the contamination of water, the existence of microplastics. As we know, the production of plastic has been increasing. For instance, we talk about between 4.8 and 12.7 million tons entering the ocean every year. Then through degradation, the plastic turns into microplastics, and then into different. And for instance, we have plasticizers that can represent about 35% of the plastic, so these different components can lead to several issues like toxicity and fertility. So. These plasticizers, they don't come only from the seawater, but also from the tubes that are being used to carry the water. To make this easy, I would just call all of these components plasticizers. Some adverse effects of this were also observed in several species of fish. So, to talk about our goals, first question is there plasticizer in the RAS system, and if so, how? Okay, and also, for instance, in the feed of the animals. So we analyze the water in the tanks. Okay, we also analyze after the filtration. We also analyze the feed of the animals. So this is done every 3 months, the collecting, and we use spectrometry as well in order to identify the presence of the plasticizer. Also, croakers. Is the other plasticizers in croakers? So we track some croakers for some time um, to. So we also use MS to to detect possible plasticizers in these in this fish. So this allows us to detect bioaccumulation and biodistribution of plasticized in fish, and also to we also do a metabolic assessment to find out if there are any changes to the metabolism of the fish. We also use RMN to identify so with this assessment, we can quantify the plasticizers in living croakers. The third question: how can we? So, what would be the the consequence of a peak of contamination with plasticizers? So, what we do is we feed the croakers with contaminated food, and then and then we collect the samples on a regular basis, and then we identify and we try to validate the biomarkers of the exposition. Question is this reversible? So what we do is we decrease the quantity of plasticizers in the food and then we will assess the consequences of this exposure to the plasticizer. So question is, can other organs of the croaker be affected also by the plasticizer? So so we what we do here is we do a systemic evaluation of several organs. So we have to sacrifice the croakers, in three different stages: at the beginning of the exposure, after 6 months, and after 12 months. And then we analyze the brain, the 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 gills, and also the pancreas, the hepatopancreas. Okay, to also try to find any biomarkers in these organs. Obviously, this project tries to create a bridge between academy and industry by and this also paves the way for a non-invasive and efficient control. So the biomarkers and the pesticides levels will allow us to create a continuous monitoring system, leading to certification, also to a more transparent agriculture, and increase in the nutritional and economic value of the fish, and also to create more trust in the consumer. So, and obviously, we're also working towards some of the sustainable development goals. So finally, I would like to thank you for allowing us to be here to present this project, because we believe in the scientific value of it and the impact that it will have on agriculture, on a national and international level. Thank you. Thank you. So let's continue with the next presentation. Now it's Maria, the Marine Artificial Intelligence for the National Association of Canned Fish Manufacturers. Thank you. So good morning. So before I talk about Maria, I would like to thank the board of Dr. Pesca and also the Ministry of Agriculture and Sea for promoting this this award. I would also like to thank the Mayor of Iljevo and have all the people in attendance, and also the representatives of all the other projects. So my name is Isabel Tato, and I represent ANIP, which is the National Association of Canned Fish Manufacturers. We also have the professor from ISEP, Elsa Ferreira Gomes, who is part of this project as a researcher. So I'm here to present to you Maria, a project that wants to give to Portuguese canned industry something that has never existed before, a digital brain, something that is decisive for the blue economy. And Maria will make a difference here. So the canned industry is faces a big challenge, and a challenge that is becoming bigger, which is volatility. Companies are making decisions based on experienced as opposed to structured information. But be ready, we will need new maps. The challenge is clear. How can we turn dispersed data into intelligence that can be used, in a timely manner? Because the information exists, but it's difficult to read, and it rarely gets to the companies, in time. This sector is a sector with a lot of change that is happening. Markets that are unpredictable, the energy prices growing up, the climate change, markets with higher demands. So I would spend the whole morning just to talk about the volatility of the sector. So this means that the companies, they are navigating stormy waters with not enough tools. So the problem is very simple. We need integrated intelligence that is updated, in real time. So that's why we created Maria, a digital platform you, that has four main capacities: an intelligent observatory, automatic tools, artificial intelligence, and also strategic decision tools. So instead of having a dispersed data, we will have a sole source of intelligence. So the digital architecture of Maria will be developed together with ISEP, Inestec, with a team specialized in information, computer technology, and artificial intelligence. So obviously, now we are talking about. I will be talking about something that is usually only understood by people with a technology background, but I will try to keep this simple. So we have the back end, we have the database, then we have the artificial intelligence, and so with predictive models based on LLMs and RAGs. And then we have the automatic outputs. We talk about the sites, the dashboards, the reports, the automatic newsletters, and alerts. And then the final user, which basically are the members of our association. This project is special because of the entire support that is behind them. Because it this work group from ISEP ensures the scientific credibility and the research of excellence. So this is this so basically industry identifies the problem and the academy creates a solution to solve it. So, what are the benefits? It allows for faster decision making, the reduction of operational risks, and the strengthening of our international capacity of competing. It provides the companies with the capacity of looking at the future with more, um, you know, with more clarity. Obviously, this is a platform that can also be expanded, um, and and it can also be applied on a international scale. It not only solves a national problem, it also opens the doors for Portugal to um, to develop further internationally. The strategic impact is that the sector will now have more sustainability and a more efficient use of the resources, and also the capacity of innovating on a continuous basis. It transforms instability in predictability. It transforms, it prepares us for the future. So our plan is clear and based on reality. So in 2026, we would like to build a functional prototype with the support of this prize. We would also like to validate the project, with the members of ANIC, and then the next step would be to develop the final product, and then to in 2027 to expand to other areas of the blue economy. So the in terms of so we have four different phases for the development of the project. Each of them with clear financing needs. So by looking at this, and by establishing different phases, we are able to maximize the potential, to minimize the risks. So the price would partially cover the first phase, and would be like the stepping stone to unblock the development of the project. As I said, the price would not finance and fund the whole project, but the first step, the step that would make this project possible. So this price would work as a seed that would allow us to create a prototype, and with this prototype, we would be able to validate the concept with real world companies, and we will be paving the way to to get more funding in the future. Okay, in order to develop the final product. This obviously this prize will also bring institutional recognition, because it gives provides us with credibility and would open the doors for further funding. So why does media matter? Because it is it allows for clear information, for efficient information. It has immediate impact. It reduces uncertainty, and also allows for for being more competitive nationally and internationally. It is based on a solid partnership between ISEP, INESCT, and INESTEC, and also because it is a scalable solution ready to grow with the sector, and to work hand in hand, to walk hand in hand with the development of the blue economy. So I believe that Media will be the digital brain of the Portuguese canning industry, a tool that will support the sector, but always take into account it is the human being that uses this technology, this intelligence for decision making. So we are ready to make this happen. And again, thank you. Let me just tell you, this photo is not AI photo. No, these are our workers from our factories. We made a tribute on the National Day of canned of the canned industry. So so after having spoken so much about artificial intelligence, which isn't really my cup of tea. So let's just contemplate something that no artificial intelligence can replicate: the sea, the beauty. So let's just have a look at these images made,
O mar é imenso, um mundo de mistérios, onde os peixes não dormem. Pureza, encanto, alma, tradição. Descubra. Explore um novo mundo. Inspire-se. Conservas portuguesas, o sabor da história de Portugal.
Thank you. So the next presentation will be Pack to Fish, the modular packaging system with PCM for the fish cold chain of the University of Beira Interior. Good morning. Do you need help? No. Good morning, everyone. So it's a pleasure to be here. Before I start, I would like to provide you with some advice, because I got here early today, so I was able to visit the museum. So, and I would totally recommend to visit the museum. It makes a lot of sense to visit it. So what I'm going to present is the modular packaging system with PCM for the fish cold chain. My name is Pierre Denis from the University of Beira Interior, and so we have spoken about this. The huge amount of waste of the seafood, okay, because there's a lot of perishability, and this has a lot to do with issues with cold chain, because as we know, the seafood, the fish, there's always ice when it is being transported, but we know that the ice is very often not enough. So there are some issues. Okay, so we need solutions that can be sustainable, that are efficient. So what we bring here are modules that will allow for the thermal stability and also to extend the lifespan, to allow for the integrity of the product, also logistical flexibility, by being adjustable. Also something that, because it can be reused and recycled, so it promotes the circular economy. And it also allows for digital traceability. And obviously, it can be used both for aquaculture as well for normal fishing. As I said before, it requires monitoring. So, and we have for that we have digital guarantees. Okay, for that we have sensors that will allow for to monitor the temperature, and also they allow for tracking as well. So, who is this meant for? For the market and the client. So so this market of sustainable packaging has been growing by 8. We expect like 8% till 2030. So we talk about the companies, the logistic companies, even the producers of the packaging. So what we want to do is to support the reduction of the waste by 35%. Okay, turn this into profits. So our business model is packaging as a service. So there is a subscription. So the client doesn't need to buy the modules. So they pay tax to a fee to use it per cycle. So we have a inverted logistic. We have some inverted logistics here. We have the management of the entire cycle, the cleaning. Okay, that is obviously up to the client, but then obviously this will also it involves circularity by reducing discardable items. So obviously there's competition. Okay, there are some companies operating in the market. Okay, but I believe that Pack to Fish is a complete approach because it allows for thermal control. It allows for logistic modularity. It also allows for circular sustainability by reusing the packaging, and also the digital tracking, which allows for integrated monitoring. The team. So I'm the head of Litex. So we have many. It's a multidisciplinary team with lots of experience, and also we have very important partnerships. The most important aspect is that we have started to test this, and we have so there is proof that for the thermal efficiency and for the reduction of waste. So we have these figures here that allow us that tell us that after 6 hours of distribution, so what we see here is so after 6 hours, the models with PCM, the temperature was 2 degrees lower than usual. So this is good when it comes to expanding the lifespan. So we talk about an economy of 20% in terms of the refrigeration costs. When it comes to thermal control, efficient thermal control, there is also an so we have improved by 15%. So technology, we have the thermal control, PCM, the traceability. We have a financial model based on a OPEX service and also of the operation, and the different phases for the implementations. That's the reason we are here. So for the first phase, we are counting counting on the Expo fish price, okay, to help with development and validation in the field. The phase two, we talk about investment for industrialization. Then the third stage, the initial production and commercial launch. And then the fourth stage would be the expansion and scalability. So, to summarize, Pack to Fish is a sustainable revolution in the sector of packaging. It combines innovation, efficiency, sustainability, and we expect to expand this. So, thank you for your attention. I would, before I finish, in case anyone has any doubt, I would like to show you some of the modules with this technology implemented. So these solutions are solutions that are modular, and they allow for a premium solution for fish with higher value added. And also they can also be integrated with boxes that are usually packaging that is usually used for agriculture products. So obviously this can be adjusted to the needs of the clients. But we have another solution that does not only do the monitoring but also the tracking and location functions. So let me remind you that we have the transport so thank you. So let's continue with the next presentation. PetriTech, paper-based label for bacterial detection, Alma Science. Good morning, welcome. Good morning. My name So I would like to thank the organization for allowing me to be here. So I represent Alma Science, and I'm here to present the project PetUtech, paper-based label for bacterial detection. So this project was born through one of the, uh, in the context of one of the resilience projects. And what we have is the packaging of the future. So the idea is to create packaging that is more intelligent and that will allow to expand the lifespan of a fresh product. So that was the initial challenge, and the challenge that we tried to solve. The idea, our idea is to have to apply sustainability to everything we do. So it has already been mentioned what is one of the problems is we face with packaging, with food packaging. There's a lot of waste, and throughout the entire chain, about half of the fresh products are lost. This is an incredible amount, and especially when we talk about seafood, we talk about between 33 and 35% of the seafood is lost before it gets to the final consumer. So this is a problem as is connected to the well, to the promise with monitoring, with tracking, and if we find out where these issues are, so we will be able to also reduce this loss. So obviously, at the same time, we want to expand the lifespan of the products. We also have to take into account that our food culture is changing. We want to consume product that is fresher. So obviously, we want to ensure that the consumer knows and feels that they can consume the product safely. So the solution we found, and so the idea wasn't really to solve the problem with. So we found out that there's a lot of the main issue is the traceability. So we developed a system, okay, to so we created a label based basically of paper that allows to this tracking, this traceability, and to detect the development of microorganisms in the seafood. So this allows to apply this traceability to the entire chain of value, and also to use, for instance, these tags even at a retail level, and even for the consumer, because the consumer can still make use of this monitoring when they take the product home. So what we use a layer of paper that collects the liquid that is released by the product, and so what this does is so this is a device of paper that can be attached to the boxes, okay, of the products, and if there is any development of microorganisms, it will be detected and also identified. So we can not only detect the existence of microorganisms, but to identify which microorganisms we're talking about. Not just that, it allows for to identify not just on a single spot, but also multi-spot of these different microorganisms. So this technology was developed in order to be easily integrated. So there is no electronics involved. There is no need for any kind of technology. No, it is so the lifespan of the stack, it can be used for about 12 months without need for refrigeration, and it can be used directly in the packaging. So and it allows for optimization of the different chains, and to prevent any issues. So we have tested the concept. So we tested it, in the field, and with partners in the agriculture sector, and also producers of oysters in the Sado region. So we also did this assessment together with a certified lab. So as you can see, those curves are the indicators from this lab, and the blue. The blue curve is our own tag, and it allows us to predict in advance when the seafood is no longer good to be consumed. So these tags, they allow to assess and to add value to the chain, to reduce the waste and to increase the food safety. And it can also so we also have the mission of implementing this intelligent packaging. So we are trying to compete with a market that doesn't exist yet, because the market that exists is based on indirect detection. There is no directed detection now. So, and these tags are also being developed, obeying to all the directives of the European Union when it comes to packaging. So we are at the intersection of several different markets, the markets of the cold chain, but also and the idea is to apply this not just for the Portuguese market, but also we talk about the exports have been increasing a lot, and the idea will also to apply this for exports, and also obviously this would, if we talk about the economic viability, so we're talking about a business model. It's basically business to business. We have tried several different methods of commercialization, but as mentioned by the previous colleague, there's also the chance for subscription in order to access the optimization of this product. So now we are entering the scalability stage to reduce costs, to validate, because we're talking about a product that doesn't exist in the market first yet. So it has the advantage of being the first, but the disadvantage of certification taking longer. So we have a quite diverse team with engineers, bioengineers, biotechnologists, material engineering of materials. We also have members more dedicated to the business, in order to ensure that we have everything we need. And we're also part of a sustainable ecosystem, where we have case we have any challenge, we can also make use of our partners and members in order to advance with these technologies, to proceed with these technologies. And that would be it. I don't know if you have any questions. If you have any questions, I also have some samples of the tags that I can show to you. So thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting. I have two questions. So these tags, they detect the growth of bacteria. So they can be qualitative, so they can detect what kind of bacteria we're talking, but they're not quantitative. They cannot tell us the amount of colonies, for instance, that we could find. I'm saying this because very often, for instance, when we talk about bivalves, there might be bacteria, but it is not significant. So I'm going to try to keep this short. Well, we're not against bacteria. I mean, bacteria, they exist. What we want to know if the transportation is being done in a proper way. So we have two situations when it comes to this type of technology. So first, when we'll just talk about visual observation, and there is no way of so if we look at the tag, okay, and we know, okay, has it been contaminated, yes or no. We're also developing a model where you can take a photo, and then this model will actually allow us to assess the amount of contamination. So we can also, when this is implemented, we can also detect when the contamination happened, because there are QR codes that allow us to track what the tag looked like at the different stages of the transport. And we can also say and tell what the initial contamination level was. So there's potential for quantitative measurement and assessment, but obviously this would need for this entire system, the second stage of the business model, to be implemented and developed. Okay, another question would be if these tags could be used for a liquid environment. Imagine aquaculture, we would like to detect in the RASP system if these labels would work in a liquid environment. Yes, we have some tests that have been performed. So one of the situations we have is in the oyster industry, because they lose about 50% of production right in the beginning, and very often this has got to do with the combination of the water. So we developed a system for them to solve the problem. So what we have here is basically the same system in a container. They can place some water from the production in there and detect any contamination. So the oyster industry, they're also looking for a solution to, for instance, to apply situations where, for instance, depuration of so there's also, for instance, the assessment of the surfaces. So we can, for instance, attach this tag to any surface to see if the cleaning was properly done. So there are many ways of applying this. We are just demonstrating one way of applying this. So, but it can be applied to several different areas. Yes. So, if there are no questions, so thank you for your presentation. The next presentation will be Smart Hook, the long line with smart hooks for automatic mitigation of shark bycatch, University of Coimbra. Good morning, welcome. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for the invitation, for being here. My name is André Afonso from the University of Coimbra, and I will talk a little bit about the long line with smart hooks for automatic mitigation of shark bycatch. So the sharks for the ocean, they basically stand for the ocean as the lions stand for the jungle. So they are the top predators. They create balance in this ecosystem. So they promote the transfer of energy and nutrients. So they basically are crucial for the ecosystem. So, but in terms of, if we talk about the life strategy, sharks are closer to sea mammals because they have a late sexual maturation, low levels of fertility, which leads to being a very vulnerable species. So it is not surprising that over the past 50 years we have seen a decline of the shark species. We're talking about 71% in average. So as a result is that a third of the shark species are endangered. So according to so 10 years ago it was about 24%. So the numbers have been growing. So the reason for this is basically the long line fishery, because it is a type of fishery that is meant for tuna and for swordfish, but ends up interacting with several other species, including shark. And problem is that sharks, they don't have many ways of taking, let's say, shelter from this type of fishery. And we have been, we tracked the movements of the longliners, and we realized that in average 24% of the time the sharks are exposed to the movements of the longliner, so there's a big risk of being captured by the hooks. So this is a problem that needs to be solved, and several measures have already been implemented, like a change in the type of hook, to abolishing the steel cracks, regulating the depth of the fishery, but even after all these measures, I mean, the mortality rates of shark have been increasing. So it is a problem that is not easy to solve, and one of the reasons that it is so difficult to solve this is that first, the technology of hooks hasn't evolved that much. I mean, we have a hook here which is about 3,000 years old, 5,000 years old, and it's pretty much the same as hooks today. So And another issue is that long lines they spend a lot of time immersed. So and also when the long lines are collected, it is done in a very fast way, and this doesn't also. So all of this makes it more difficult for the sharks that are captured to and then released to survive. So what we want to do is we want to create a disruptive technology that can be at the service, at the disposal of sustainable fishery. So I want to create. Our goal is to have an immediate autonomous management of the bycatch, using the censoring of the long liners. So what we want to do is the different species they will exhibit different behaviors when they are caught. For instance, a bycatch will be easier to identify by tracking the movements. So we can also assess the size of the fish, okay, and even the gender. So the technology that exists at the moment allows to measure the 3D movements of the longliners with high resolution and to identify specific patterns, obviously with the usage of artificial intelligence. So we have this is the device we have developed. It has been it was developed in order to interfere as less as possible with the fishing processes. So our concept is to have buoys that will process the information and can understand which of the captured fish actually is part of the target species, and to allow for the bycatches to escape without any human intervention, and to reduce the amount of time spent, hooked. So the benefits of this immediate and autonomous management system. So it allows for saving time. It prevents the negative effects of the capture of the target species. It also reduces human risks while handling the sharks. We talk about animals that are aggressive, and it's not easy to unhook a shark. It also reduces the risks of damage to the equipment, because we talk about animals that are big enough to destroy important equipment. So, and all of this with the goal of reducing the mortality rates of the protected species. And this will also allow for certification of sustainable fishing practices. So the impact of this Smart Hook project, we're talking about global coverage. About we have, we're about 7,500 registered longliners. It has also disruptive potential. We talk about the qualitative evolution of fishing with hooks. So if we manage to have one work in a more ecological way, we have a very positive impact. The universality of access with simplified implementation, something that can be applied to any area, any geographical area, even countries with logistic limitations, but this would be very easy to implement. Is also an ecosystemical approach. because obviously right now we are focused, on sharks, but in future we can also interact with, work with the other species that interact with longliners, and this will also lead to sustainable management by generating biological data for more efficient monitoring of the oceans. So, with all the technology we have today, with all the digital tools, we actually already have the tools to ensure that our that we can tell apart what would be the main catch, what would be the bycatches. So we have the tools to implement qualitative move a step forward that will also allow for a more sustainable and environmentally friendly activity. So thank you for your attention. Hope you have enjoyed our idea. So I'm available for any questions. Thank you. So we're gonna continue to the next presentation. Green, gluten-free, functional flowers with chlorella from the Polytechnic Institute of Castelo Branco. Good morning. Good morning. So I'm going to talk about a theme that is a bit different. Hope it makes you a bit hungry, because next we have the coffee break. So our project is about creating functional flowers with chlorella. So this project had the aim of solving the issue for people, for the population that's got celiac illness. So we're talking about just 1 to 3% of the population, but we're talking about people who have a very difficult daily routine. They have they don't have they have to be very careful with what they eat, and what we have is a market that still has issues with providing products with good nutritional value, and also accessible in terms of price. So this market of products without of gluten-free products, we are talking about. We have several technological challenges. It's products that they stay less time on the shelves, and this all leads to nutritional imbalances. So, in order to approach this issue, we have to think of a promising future of the food sector. We have to develop systems that are more sustainable. We have to think of protein, that is alternative protein, superfoods, and this. And why chlorella? Because it's functional, it's sustainable, it is nutritional rich. It has got close to 58% of protein. There are some advantages like the high production costs, also a very intense green color, and the smell. So we had to create three variants: the honey chlorella, with more appealing color, so that it's rich in protein, fiber, and with a high nutritional value. White color has some limitation. The sensorial profile is more intense, but also a very high proteic value. So we used a mix of whole grain flour, also rice flour, tapioca. These flours that with a high level of carbohydrates. So, and then we incorporated the biomass in order to allow So some of the products that were developed, the pasta, the cake. If we look at the chemical aspect, we see that products without chlorella, even though we didn't have so the increase wasn't that great. But for instance, if you think protein, we can see that with we were also able to reduce the amount of so this obviously means that these products are quite powerful. When we look at the Nutri-scores, we will see that we basically were able to reach a Nutri-score of A with low levels of sugar, but we also ensure that fiber is still there. We can also we achieved good sensorial qualities. No, we didn't detect any significant changes. We were able to improve the nutritional profile, also the levels of vitamin B12, iron. All these products are vegan, so we're able to take the egg out of the system. So we can see that this microalgae allows for more higher levels of protein, fiber, minerals, and it's also an alternative and functional, sustainable alternative for the future. Thank you so much also to our partners, the Polytechnic, and thank you for the opportunity of being here today. Any questions? So I will ask you to come back on stage. A little question regarding innovation, because what chlorella has already existed in the market. Is there so I did a research of the products that already exist. So the mix of flowers, we'll talk about the flour that already exists. For instance, I had because people with celiac disease can, for instance, develop diabetes. So I followed some of the market trends. But by incorporating the microalgae, for instance, I was it's okay. Thank you so much. And finally, we're gonna give the Maria project another opportunity to present a project. Hopefully now without any technical restrictions, I think we can proceed. So thank you again. Good morning, and thank you for the second chance. So technology failed us, but we got a second chance. So my name is Jamno Viana. I'm the president of the National Small Fishing Association of Circo, with about 25 vessels operating from Matosinhos. We have we realized that the vessel owners, they are facing many challenges because of bureaucracies, and we decided to look at these concerns and to create a digital tool that will incorporate all the concerns, all the questions that vessel owners have. For instance, an example: if we are approached by the Navy, we waste about a time just to provide them with the documentation. So So what we are proposing, what we're suggesting, is to make the life of the sea owners easier, because it's a tiring job, so it's a very demanding job. I mean, the if you're able to simplify it.
Vamos lançar-nos a um tema que é, olhem, fascinante.
So
Como é que
today
um dos
we'll
setores
talk about
mais
a
tradicionais de
topic that
Portugal,
is
a
fascinating.
pesca, está a
How is it
tentar
that,
navegar as
one
águas
of the
por vezes
most
turbulentas
traditional
da
sectors of
transformação
Portugal,
digital.
the fishing
Vamos
industry,
perceber
is
como a
trying to
tecnologia
navigate
pode, de facto,
the
resolver
digital,
problemas muito
the
antigos
wave
e,
of
quem
the
sabe,
digital
redefinir o
ocean.
futuro do
So
trabalho
how
no
can
mar.
we use this
Esta
to
citação
redefine
diz praticamente tudo, não é?
the
Atinge
work at
mesmo
sea?
o centro
So-
da questão. Para os
So we're talking
pescadores,
about
para os
this is the
armadores,
center
para
of
os
the
mestres
question.
das
So
embarcações,
for the-
cada minuto que se
for the
perde em
fishermen,
burocracia é um
for
minuto que não foi
the
passado a
owners
fazer
of the-
aquilo
of the
que
vessel.
realmente
So
interessa,
every minute
pescar.
wasted with
É esta tensão que
bureaucracies.
vamos
I know
explorar
that,
hoje.
is
Então
not
vamos
used
lá
for what
mergulhar
really
neste primeiro
matters,
ponto.
the
E
fishing. So
preparem-se,
let's,
porque é um verdadeiro mar de
so,
papelada. Para quem tem de
let's
gerir uma
have a look
embarcação
at
de
this.
pesca em
It's a
Portugal, o
sea
dia a
of
dia é
paperwork.
muitas
So
vezes uma
anyone
batalha
who has to
constante contra uma
manage,
montanha de
a
papéis e processos completamente
fishing
desarticulados.
vessel has to face
Parece
a
mentira,
mountain
mas em
of,
pleno século XXI,
processes
uma
that
parte
are
gigante da gestão
so
ainda depende de
outdated.
processos
So
manuais.
it's
Estamos a falar
crazy,
de
but,
preencher diários de bordo à mão, de
most of
registar
the,
capturas em cadernos, de controlar despesas em
processes
folhas de
are
papel.
still done
É um
manually.
método que
We're
não só é
talking
incrivelmente
about a method
lento,
that is
como é,
incredibly
claro, um
slow,
convite a erros.
but is also
E o
allows
resultado
for
destes
lot
processos
of
manuais
errors,
é
and,
exatamente
this
o que estão a imaginar.
leads to
Pilhas, autênticas
piles,
montanhas de formulários em papel,
mountains of
licenças,
paperwork,
certificados do
of
barco,
licenses,
contratos de tripulação,
certificates,
tudo em formato físico.
the
É difícil de
contracts
organizar,
of the
é
crew.
facílimo de perder e ocupa um
It's very
espaço que,
difficult to
convenhamos,
organize,
podia ser
it's
muito
easy
mais bem
to
aproveitado.
lose, and
E como se o papel
it
não
takes up,
bastasse, a informação, que
precious
até já está em
space.
formato
And
digital,
if this
vive
wasn't
espalhada
enough,
por várias plataformas
information that
públicas diferentes.
already
E o pior,
exists
elas
in
não
a
falam umas com
digital
as
format
outras.
is
Isto obriga os
scattered
armadores
in
a
different
inserir
platforms,
exatamente os
platforms
mesmos
that don't
dados,
communicate
vez
with each
após
other.
vez,
And
em
this
sistemas diferentes.
forces the
É um trabalho
owners of the
duplicado,
vessels to
frustrante
insert
e que só aumenta a
information,
chance de haver enganos.
several
Mas,
times,
no meio deste
and,
autêntico caos,
again, allows
parece
for
que surge
mistakes. So,
uma
but
solução. Vamos agora
we,
conhecer a plataforma
you know,
@mar.
in
Ela
this
apresenta-se
entire
precisamente
chaos,
como uma
there
boia de
seems to be a
salvação
solution.
digital que foi
We
desenhada
have
de
this,
raiz para
digital
trazer alguma
solution,
ordem a esta
Marea,
confusão.
that
O
was
que a
designed,
Maré propõe é, no fundo, uma
so what
mudança total de
suggests
paradigma.
and
A ideia é
proposes
muito
is
simples.
a
É deixar para
paradigm
trás
shift
o mundo
to-
manual, do papel,
leave
o mundo fragmentado
paperwork
e entrar num
behind
ecossistema que é
and,
digital,
and this
centralizado,
fragmented world
integrado
behind, and,
e, o mais
to
importante de tudo, muito
enter
mais
a
eficiente.
digital,
E a
centralized,
solução
integrated
não é
and
apenas
efficient
uma coisinha
world.
simples,
And,
é um sistema
the
completo.
solution isn't-
Por um lado temos uma
isn't
plataforma
a
web para fazer
simply
toda a gestão a partir do
one. No,
escritório,
it's a
com
complex
calma.
system.
Por outro,
We
uma
have
aplicação móvel para que se
we
possa
have the
aceder e
entire
inserir dados em qualquer lugar, até mesmo a bordo do barco.
back-end,
E o ponto-chave é
that is managed
este.
from the
Tudo
office, but then we have
comunicar,
an app
tudo
that can be
interligado
used
num
on
único
board,
sistema.
but everything is
Ok, tudo
connected
isto parece
in a
muito bem,
source
mas
system.
como é
So
que a Rara faz
this
isto na
looks very
prática?
fine, but how is
Vamos
this
agora esmiuçar
done
um
in
bocadinho as
practice?
funcionalidades
So,
principais
let's
para
look at
perceber
the main,
que ferramentas é que ela oferece para, de
features,
facto, transformar a
to
gestão
see
da
what
pesca.
tools are being
Primeiro, o grande
provided to
alívio,
make
a gestão de
fishing
documentos.
easier.
Acabou-se
First of all,
aquela busca frenética pela
the
licença que está
management of
quase a caducar.
documentation. First,
A
we don't
plataforma
have
guarda
to
todos os documentos essenciais num
keep
só sítio.
looking for that,
Certificados,
license
contratos,
that is about to
aptidões
expire.
médicas da
So
tripulação.
the platform
Fica tudo
will
organizado,
centralize
seguro
everything,
e sempre acessível.
certifications,
E ainda
the
melhor,
work,
com alertas automáticos
contract,
para as datas de renovação.
and also with
A
alerts
seguir,
that
um ponto
allows,
fundamental
that
para a
tells us, when
rentabilidade
we
de
have to
qualquer negócio:
renew
o controle
these documents.
operacional.
Also the operational
A plataforma
control.
permite ver em tempo
This
real os
platform
consumos de
allows
combustível,
to
os custos de cada viagem
track in,
e até
real
ajuda a
time
planear a
the
manutenção do barco.
fuel consumption,
Basicamente, dá ao armador uma
maintenance,
fotografia clara
and,
e atualizada
also
da
allows
saúde
to-
financeira e
to
operacional
manage
da sua
the-
embarcação.
the-
E depois,
this
claro, vem a digitalização de
maintenance.
toda a
And also we
parte
have the-
administrativa e
the
financeira.
digitalization of the
Desde o
entire
momento em que se registra o
administrative
peixe que foi capturado, até àquele cálculo,
since,
muitas vezes complexo, de como se dividem os ganhos pela
register the
tripulação,
captured
tudo
fish,
passa a ser automático.
how
Isto não
to-
só poupa um tempo imenso,
to
como reduz
manage,
drasticamente a margem
the-
para erro humano. E este ponto é
money that
absolutamente
is
chave:
spent with
a
the
ligação
crew.
com as
So
autoridades.
everything is made
A plataforma
easier. And
quer
also,
simplificar a comunicação com
the
entidades como a
communication with
DGRM,
authorities.
as capitanias dos portos
It will
ou a
be
DOC
easier
Pesca.
to communicate
A
with the
ideia é
seaports,
agilizar
it will be
processos que
easier
hoje
to
são muito complicados e
communicate with the
demorados.
fishing
Funciona no
authorities.
fundo
So
como uma ponte
processes
digital
that
entre os
now
pescadores
are
e a administração
very,
pública.
very slow,
Muito bem,
will
já vimos o problema e a
become
solução proposta.
quicker.
Mas,
So
na
we've
prática,
seen
no
the
dia a dia,
problem and
qual
the
é o impacto
solution
real disto tudo. Vamos agora focar-nos nos resultados concretos, nos benefícios tangíveis que uma ferramenta destas pode trazer. O benefício mais óbvio é provavelmente o mais valioso de todos: devolver tempo aos pescadores. Ao cortar horas e horas gastas em tarefas administrativas, a plataforma liberta os armadores e os mestres para se poderem focar naquilo que é a sua verdadeira atividade, que é estar no mar a pescar. Com processos automáticos, com alertas inteligentes e com toda a informação num só sítio, a operação torna-se, quase por magia, muito mais eficiente. As decisões passam a ser tomadas com base em dados reais, a comunicação melhora e evitam-se muitos desperdícios de tempo e de recursos. E claro, mais eficiência normalmente significa mais poupança. Eliminar o papel, reduzir as deslocações a escritórios, ter um controle muito mais apertado sobre os gastos, como combustível, tudo isto leva a uma redução direta dos custos operacionais. E isso, no final do dia, aumenta a margem de lucro. Agora, vamos dar um passo atrás e tentar ver o cenário completo. O que é que uma iniciativa como a @maré significa não só para um barco, mas para o futuro de todo o setor da pesca em Portugal? A verdade é que esta plataforma não surge do nada. Ela vem preencher um vazio muito evidente. Faltavam ferramentas digitais que fossem pensadas de raiz para as empresas de pesca, especialmente para as embarcações mais pequenas, locais e costeiras. A gestão neste nicho ficou parada no tempo. E isso criou a oportunidade perfeita para uma solução como esta. E isto leva-nos à nossa reflexão final. O caso da @mar e da pesca em Portugal é, no fundo, um pequeno exemplo de uma transformação que está a acontecer em todo o mundo. Mostra-nos o que acontece quando a tradição encontra inovação. A pergunta que fica no ar é esta: como é que esta fusão entre o antigo e o novo vai moldar não só a pesca, mas todas as outras indústrias nos próximos anos? Fica a reflexão. Até uma próxima.
If you have any questions, obviously, so there are no questions, so thank you so much. So we have a break now, about 15 minutes for coffee. See you soon.
Da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa ao gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou pesca.
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 Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens. Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade. No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a DOCA Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A DOCA Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. DOCA Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
Nós não fomos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país e termos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal para o combate ao lixo marinho.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu me sinto-se muito bem aqui. Esses portugueses são boas pessoas, isto é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha, que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa. Nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou político-ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me considero mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser, Como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar às pessoas aqui, não as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem um que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas. Porque aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca, as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou pesca.
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 Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens.
Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade.
No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A Doca Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
não formos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo do mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país e temos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal para o combate ao lixo marinho.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu me sinto sempre muito bem aqui. E se os portugueses são boas pessoas, isto é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha, que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa. Nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou política ou ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me consideram mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser, como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar às pessoas aqui, não as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem um que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas, que aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca, as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu
sou pesca.
Eu sou pesca.
Eu sou pesca.
Eu sou pesca.
Eu sou pesca.
Eu sou pesca.
Eu sou pesca.
Toca pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz por isso.
Bem-vindos de volta. Vamos agora prosseguir com as restantes apresentações, que são sete projetos.
Welcome back. We will now proceed with the presentation of more finalist projects of the Innovation Award Expo Fish Portugal. I remind you that each project has 10 minutes. Let's begin. With pre-fudge, bacteriophages as prevention for the use of antibiotics in agriculture. This is for the Instituto Superior Técnico in Lisbon via video conference.
Posso começar a minha apresentação? Isto agora é a pessoa que é dedicada para precisar agora. Só um bocadinho. Não sei se me estão a ouvir.
Estamos a ouvir, sim.
Ok. Obrigado. Eu sou o Rui Lourenço. Este é o projeto
I'm Rui Lourenço from Atlantic Fish Source for the project Caruna Biotech Solutions. I apologize for not being there personally, but it's another way of also making our presentation. So the project I want to present is Atlantic Fish Sauce. It is a product that so we work a lot with residues from the fish industry of the circular economy, and I believe and we thought that this would be a good opportunity to create a product with value using a residue that is very often discarded. So what do we do here? I don't know if you know what fish sauce is. So this fish sauce, the idea is to make use of this residue that is usually not used. I mean, we'll talk about between 80,000 to 20,000 tons that are just discarded every year. We're talking about fish heads. We're talking about and we believe that we can turn this product into high quality products. We have been using some of these residues already to create biofertilizers, and we saw that there was an opportunity here to create an even better product, fish sauce. I mean, for those of you who don't know fish sauce, this is a product that is used a lot in Asia. It's it's a product to improve the taste of food, and millions of people all over the world use it. It's a huge market. It moves around 17 to 18,000 million dollars a year, and it is a segment, a market that has been expanding. There are also some European fish sauces, for instance, Nordic fish, and this Anglo-Saxonic market, including the United States, there is increasing demand for these products. I mean, we talk about exotic products, gourmet products, and I saw that we don't have anything like this, made with fish from the Atlantic, and so there is a possibility of creating something in a sustainable way. For instance, when we think of the Açores, how is the sauce made? It's very simple. So we'll talk about techniques that have been used for many, many years. So we select the residue of the fish. It is placed in big tanks with the same weight in salt, and there is a very slow fermentation, and which allows to extract this liquid with this characteristic taste. So we use the way we found to implement this is by having a pre-fermentation with a microorganism, which makes the fermentation quicker, and also allows to control the occurrence of substances that may lead to a negative taste. And then we have the long fermentation with salt, which can take up to 24 months. So the more time the fermentation takes, the better the taste will be. And then we have, after fermentation, we have basically we reach the final product. In terms of sustainability, it works very well. So we have been doing this with the support of local fishmongers, and for instance, I can give you an example of one that has produces several kilos of these residues, and they don't do anything with it. So we use all of it to produce this our fish sauces. It can also be used. Obviously, these residues can also be used for fertilizers. So we're basically saying that we can. So we are appreciating basically this. We are proceeding to appreciation of this products with basically almost no costs, because I mean it is given to us without any costs. So we have some of the features, some of the characteristics of these products, also for us to understand what the market expects, what the market wants. We are talking about a very diversified market, a big market. So there are products that are more premium, others that are less premium. Here we have some of the main brands, main global brands, and for instance, we have Red Bull, one of the most famous brands in the world. They use a process involving anchovies and salt. Then there is a simple fermentation without any advanced technology. So the fermentation is basically natural. So we end up with yeah. So basically, we're talking about simple and pure ingredients. Everything is very traditional, and so then we have three crabs. For instance, we know that there are also space for sauces of good quality with competitive prices because this is a product with a longer fermentation, which or there are products with longer fermentation that are more premium, and then with a shorter fermentation with a value that is more accessible. Mega Chef is a Thai sauce, and the way they make it also says how important it is to adjust the sensorial profile to the to the demands of the markets. Then we have also Italian sauce of high quality, is premium. So one bottle can cost around 50 to 100 euros. So it is also it's also a product that is entirely natural. So there are several different brands, but it allows to have a picture of the market, and but we know that there is no sauce that represents the flavors of the Atlantic. In terms of scalability, so we have a good example of production of fish sauce. So the residues are placed inside these containers with salt, and they stay there for a long period of time. So there is no technology associated. So in terms of scalability, it's very easy. So you just have to manage the logistics of collecting the fish residues that need to be fresh, and then there's a pre-selection of these residues. Also, you have to be careful with the type of fish with the type of fish we select. There are certain fishes that will have a higher concentration of mercury, so it's also easy to for instance, the bottling. For in a source, it's not easy to do this bottling, so we have to send it to the mainland. So your time is up. So I'm sorry. So I'm just going to finish by saying that this product has a huge potential. It's a product that is gourmet. It can be sold for international markets. So it will be the first fish sauce of the Atlantic. And then we also have our very important partners like the University of Açores, the ITA, Terinov, and several different fish markets. Let me just tell you, I have a degree in marketing and advertising. I worked in that field for many years, but I decided to follow different career paths. So I've been working with biotechnology, and I've been working. So the company has been involved with projects husbandry, for instance, the prevention of illnesses. Sorry for taking so much time, but in case you have any question. Thank you, Rui. I don't think we have any questions. So that was the presentation of Atlantic Fish by Karuna Biotech Solutions. So now I believe we have the opportunity to see the presentation of PREFASH, bacteriophages as prevention for the use of antibiotics in aquaculture, also via video conference. Good morning, my name is Silvia Monteiro. I will not, I will have to, so I'm gonna interrupt my video stream because I'm in my car. I have a doctor appointment in a moment, so in order to make it easier for you to follow my presentation, I will share my screen with you. Can you see? So, like I said, my name is Silvia Monteiro. I work at the Instituto Superior Técnico, and I'm here to present our project PREFASH, which is an initiative that looks for innovative solutions for the aquaculture challenges. Aquaculture is a sector that has been growing in Portugal and globally, but it is facing several challenges, especially the infection through bacteria. So infections that are pathogenic for fish, but can also be for human beings. So these bacteria are responsible for systemic infections with high mortality rates, which leads to a decrease of productivity of the aquaculture systems. So the United Nations, the organization of the United Nations for Food and Agriculture, estimates that there are around $6 billion of annual losses caused by these infections. So in order to prevent this, so antibiotica are used as a prophylactic measure. So, and it is believed that in 2017 about 10,000 tons of antibiotic were used. To provide you with some context, in 1929 penicillin was discovered. In 1937 there was also the introduction of sulfonamides, but the first resistance to it was described at the end of the 30s of so with this use of antibiotica we started having the issue of resistance to antibiotica. So in 2014 we had a low estimate of about 700,000 deaths caused by resistance to antibiotic, and we believe that by 2050 the number will be about 10 million. So antibiotic have been used for therapeutical reasons in human beings. Sometimes, wrongly. It has also been used for for prophylactic reasons in agriculture. Since 1940, there was an increase in the production of antibiotica, which are then discarded to the environment, and this leads to a constant selection and selective pressure in the community of bacteria. So we have to find sustainable alternatives. What are the risks that we are dealing with? Because we have to use antibiotica, but then by doing that we allow them to create allow bacteria to create resistance to them. So even after bacteria die, they can still transfer the resistant genes, and this leads to the combination of the environment. This ends up in the food chain and the water. So, and this will again lead to, whenever there's an infection, we need even more antibiotics. So this obviously leads to more risk for the consumers, for the environment, and even to lesser ability to attack the bacteria. So our projector, our project is based on using bacteriophages, which is what we can see here in this photo. And these bacteriophages are basically viruses that will attack very specific bacteria. And they help with preserving the beneficial flora. And they can be replicated only solely on the spot of the infection. So this reduces the selective pressure, and also the fact that we have residue of antibiotic released to the environment. So what are the goals of our work? Well, the first goal is to identify the pathogenic bacteria that are of interest in Portugal, then to isolate the samples of water that we are going to collect, and then with those samples we will proceed to isolate the bacteriophagus. So what we have here, we have a sort of a jelly that is specific to certain bacteria, and the bacteria are put in touch with the bacteriophagus. And what these spots is basically where the bacteriophagus they entered the bacteria and killed them. So we will try to isolate different bacteriophages and test them against certain bacteria. We will also develop a study of stability with different temperatures and different levels of salinity, and also to map the DNA of and also to identify the bacteriophages that will better be suited to attack each bacteria. So here we have our timeline. Okay, during our first months, we're going to plan to prepare for the testing. Also, then we will proceed to collect the samples to isolate the bacteria and the bacteriophages, to proceed with the selection, to test and see which bacteriophages can be used to attack certain bacteria. Then we will have the the tests, okay, the in vitro tests, and then also in vivo tests. And then finally we'll have a report and a plan for the future. So what would be the innovative side of this work? Even though we call this even though we call this phagic therapy, this is something what this was something that was abandoned in the past, but now with this issue of having developed this resistance to antibiotics, so we need new approaches, and our approach is a bit disruptive. And in order to be able to attack the bacteria, we need to have personalized, customized mixes of the phages. So we this is something that can be adjusted because we can also change the bacteriophage, and this will lead to sustainable practices in agriculture. So the market of aquaculture is a sector that has been growing. We expect that by 2022, or also we believe that by 2022, the increase in sales was about 4.8%, which is a very big number. And there is obviously more pressure to reduce the usage of the bacteriophages. So we'll have to proceed to changes of the bacteriophages. And we hope that we will be able to reduce the losses, to also work towards a better environment, not just for animals, but also for human beings, and also an increase in productivity. So we believe that bacteriophages are an innovative solution. It is sustainable, it is efficient. I would just ask you to conclude, because so our project is a strategic step for safer aquaculture and more ecological aquaculture. And then we will move from the tests in the lab to large-scale application. So we'll talk about a global challenge that needs an approach, a One Health approach. Thank you. So the next presentation is Bonefish, non-invasive diagnosis of bone deformations in aquaculture fish, Nova FCT. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So today I'm here to present Bonefish to you. My name is Margarida Dias. I would like to thank you for the invitation to present our project. So currently we are facing social challenges. We'll talk about the population growth, environmental challenges, but also economic challenges. We need to produce huge quantities of food, especially protein, at low cost, and also with a carbon footprint, with a smaller carbon footprint. So we believe that aquaculture could be the solution to face these challenges. And we'll talk about something that is also supported by the Environmental Pact in Europe. However, intensive aquaculture leads to several questions. For instance, the consumption of water, the deterioration of the sea ecosystems, the propagation of diseases among and the nutrition of fish, and also the low mobility of the fish can lead to problems in the development of the fish. So we are obviously concerned with the animal well-being and with its development. So there is the issue of of deformation, of bone deformation of the fish in aquaculture. So, which also leads to a decrease of the quality of the product. We can also talk about financial losses, for instance, in Mediterranean cultures. For instance, currently this detection of these deformation is not very efficient and is and the tests exist, but they are not very frequent and they are expensive. They require a cold chain, so it's difficult. So the veterinary diagnostic in aquaculture is has been increasing. We have been using immunochemistry kits, and we expect even more increase. How does immunochemistry kit or test work? So usually, we have to prepare the biological sample, where we have we use antibodies to detect biomarkers. Then we have the link between the antibodies and the biomarkers. Then we try to detect this link as well, and then we quantify it and we analyze the results, with the help of specialized personnel. So usually this protocol takes about 9 hours and requires, and because it uses, because these kits use antibodies, so that so we need very low temperatures for transport and storage. There is an opportunity. The market is expanding, and there is also the need to introduce technological innovation, but there is also pressure to ensure food safety and to compliance with the rules. So the need that was identified is so the detection of bone deformation in larvae and even adult fish, with diagnostics that are quick and easy to implement. So bonefish suggests an immunochemistry test that will prevent these bone deformations at a very early stage. How does it work? So we have followed the same steps as in a normal immunochemistry test, but we use samples that are less invasive, like a little cut in the tail of the fish, also blood samples, and then we also use protein that is smaller than antibodies, less complex, but still maintain all the specificities. So we also have the interaction between the protein and the biomarker, and then the detection of this link. But this is a method that will require less optimization than the current method. So it can be used by people who are not specialists. So the time for the test is also reduced. So instead of 9 hours, it can be less than 4 hours. And because protein tends to be more stable, so we can basically store the kit at even at between 4 and 25 degrees. So we have this is a solution that is easy. It is cheaper. It is 3 times less expensive, because we don't use antibodies, we don't use the cold chain, but we keep the specificity. It's easier to use with less invasive samples. It is easier, and it is also more efficient and 2.3 times quicker. And allows for it improves the selection of larvae, The strategy for the development and application of the funds of this innovation award, we would have four tasks. First, the development of the links, the specific links with the help of artificial intelligence tools. We will also have to prepare all the documents for the tests with the fish, then the production of the links, and then the creation of the prototype and the tests, and then finally the testing and validation with real samples. So we will use fish that comes from IPMA in Holland, breamfish. And then we have we will assess the economic viability of this kit, and also work with partners in order to develop this test even more. Our target in terms of the audience, our public, would be all the aquaculture companies, all the labs that are interested in doing this research of bone deformation. So the team behind this is me and my colleague Marnish, with large experience in protein engineering and also experience with immunochemistry testing. So this bonefish project is also inserted in the concept of the Inspire project that has been recently funded by the Foundation for Science and Technology, and will start in January. So I would like to thank everyone for your attention, and let's give structure to aquaculture by contributing to animal welfare, food safety, and global competitiveness. Thank you, us. So I would like to call the representative of Food Cycle Innovations of the Polytechnic Institute Lydia. So it's two people. Welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. So today we are here to present Food Cycle In. It's so Food Cycle Innovation, so innovative, sustainable food innovation with through the circular economy. So the main goal of Food Cycle is to transform the byproducts of the food industry in products, food products with added value. Sorry. So this will allow to turn waste into value for companies, value for the environment, value for the consumer. So how did this start? So this started because of the current challenge of food industry, which is the waste, which is big and represents about 1/3 of all the food that is produced globally, and has a big impact. I mean, in Portugal we talk about millions of euros. So, and the companies they spend a lot of money with waste management. So when we talk about food waste, we're not just talking about the peelings. We're talking about products that don't look, they don't have the, they don't have the proper looks for the consumer. We'll talk about byproducts of fish with less commercial value. We're talking about the fish heads, the fish skins. All of those are byproducts, and all of them have nutritional value. So, and if they have nutritional value, so why are we wasting it? Because there's no point and no need. Because nowadays the consumer is way more worried with sustainability. We talk about a market that has been growing. It's a consumer that is worried with the nutritional issues. So we have to develop products with added nutritional value and together with the sustainability. We believe we are the solution because we are going to create value for the companies by taking advantage of these byproducts. We are going to transform these byproducts into ingredients of high value through food products that are complete, healthy, and sustainable, and also obviously also tasty. The idea is to create solutions for the industries and the solutions that can be scalable. I'll talk about what products I'm talking about. Food Cycle Link wants to create three branches of products: innovative meals, healthy snacks, supplements, ingredients. We could be talking about hamburgers, sausages. Also, talk about. We also talk about snacks. We talk about made with fish heads, among others. How are we going to release this to the market? The idea is to have a business to business to consumer business model. How are we going to create value? Through royalties, development fees, also licensing for technology, and also co-creation project. Our value chain. So we will work together with the companies that have byproducts. We will help them develop the products, and then the products will end up in the market, placed by that company or by some other company. But all of our target market, we're talking about two big groups. First, the final consumer. We're talking about consumers that are aware of the environment and health, and also athletes focused on a healthy lifestyle. But then we also have the business clients, companies that want to develop new products and to add value to their byproducts. Is there competition? Yes, there is competition, but it's limited yet. Okay, we have fishing companies that are mostly focused on health and convenience. Then we have companies that are creating healthy snacks. So we know that there is a market for products made with byproducts, okay, and products that can have a premium positioning in the market. Then we have producers that sell pure ingredients. So how is Food Cycle indifferent? By combining this circular economy, by using multi-technology, by having a strong scientific basis, and also by having good industrial partnerships. And then because we also have a good portfolio of products. So with our model, our asset-light model, we don't expect, we don't think we need a big initial investment, and this price would be helpful, of course, and it would cover the first needs for the development of the product, also to identify. So the revenue would basically come from royalties, from the development fees, consulting work as well. We don't expect a lot of revenue in the first year, because the first year will be more for the establishment of partnerships. The second year we predict a national expansion with revenue about 100,000 euros. The third year, we want to become international with a revenue of about 250,000 euros. So we expect that the first 2 years we will be working at a loss, but we will achieve the balance, in our third year when the business model will be finally solid enough. So we have a growth strategy based in consolidation in Portugal in the short term, and then at the longer term, we are thinking of establishing ourselves internationally. So the team behind this, it's the founding team. It's two researchers, Filipa and I. We are researchers at the Polytechnic Institute in Leiria. We have a lot of experience in food engineering and development of innovative products, basically using sea resources. You saw some of these in the photos that were shown previously. So we will need to make the team larger with the experts in different fields. We also have a network of experts working with us. So why are we the right choice? Because we turn waste into innovative products with sustainable products, combining scientific know-how and creating impact. So we want to turn waste into value, and thank you for your attention, and again, thank you for the invitation. Thank you. So let's proceed with the next presentation. Nacho Maris, Bake My Dog Happy. Good morning, everyone. We are Bake My Dog Happy, and we make natural snacks for our pets in a natural, sustainable way, because we use the waste of the canning industry to produce our snacks. So before I talk about what we are bringing here today, let me tell you that in 2023 we were here with the dream of using waste, because we don't think that waste is waste. I mean, it is only waste if it's not being used properly. And I'm a biologist, and I know of the benefits of using these byproducts. And since I'm also an animal lover, I thought, okay, why not use this waste, for animals? Because because there is also a need for these snacks. So in 2023 we were awarded with the second prize here at Expo Fish, which allowed us to get started with our project, and also we used the money of the prize to invest in equipment, research, and also in media. So we were able to reach new partners, and now we have our initial plan was only to use the fish heads of the sardine, but now we have several more byproducts that we are using, and we are collecting about 7 tons of waste a year, which were used to create different snacks, but we we realized that there was still a lot of waste that was not being used. We're talking about, for instance, the bone part. So again, we used research to develop new products. So, in case you're a bit skeptical, why all this work just for pets? So let's have a look. Imagine this: we have a bit of mud. So if we no interest, but if we add a dog to the equation, we will be happier. So so we want to care for the ones for the pets who also care for us. So and that's how Bake My Dog was born. So we we have this villain, which is waste. It can be used. We know it can be used, but then there was this the 20% of waste that was not being used. So because we would use, for instance, the tail and the head from the tuna, but we weren't using the bones. So we realized that we could use the bones to extract the collagen to create even more products. So let's have a look at this byproducts we use for snacks. So they are rich in, for instance, omega-3, which is important for cognitive function. And this is important when we talk about young pets that are still developing, but also older pets that need to retain some of the cognitive skills. But these byproducts that are not being used, they are rich in collagen, and and especially when we compare collagen with sea origin and compared to traditional collagen, we are talking about smaller molecules, which leads to bigger bioavailability. It's also easier to extract. It implies a smaller carbon footprint, and especially when we compare to the carbon footprints of collagen extracted from mammals like swine. For instance, what's the main reason for taking pets to the vet? Very often we talk about problems like skin problems, issues that can be solved with nutrition, especially with collagen, with sea origin. So here we have this new product, Naturmarisch, which it reduces. It is more sustainable. It reduces the environmental impact. It generates revenue, and again, there's the adding value to the subproducts, the byproducts. So we have some. The product is already been tested with some clients, okay, and we believe that we can create a product that can be sold for about 35 euros. Here we have my dogs. They have this. You can add this collagen to any food that you give the dogs. So the pet market in Portugal is big, and it corresponds to the combined value of the squads of Porto, Benfica, and Sporting. So, and we expect it to grow even more. So our target is mostly young women who are fans of online shopping they have monetary capacity to invest on the animals. So who are we? I am Luisa Custódio, and I work at the University of Algarve, and I have been doing research in blue biotechnology, especially the use of sea resources to improve public health. So I'm Tiago Braga. Apart from the research, I'm also responsible for the sales and for developing the content. So, and then we have the 7 tons fish byproducts that have been collected, but there's still those 20% that we haven't been able to use. Our strategy is basically online sales, also markets, and also so also talking to the customers and trying to understand their needs. Obviously, with this product, with a bigger margin, we can do business to business, we can get to vets, we can get to pet shops as well. Our timeline would be by April 2026 to improve our extraction methods, and also to in October to start our sales. So why are we here today? Because we know that with the value of the price, we could invest on research, marketing, and basically do the same we did in 2023. And we also know that this is a networking opportunity, so in order to attract more investments. So we are Naturmares. We want to provide the planet with food while we take care of our best friends. Hope you enjoyed it. So there's a question. Thank you. So it is a pleasure to see you again. Congratulations for the developments. My question concerns the logistics of how to the preservation of the byproducts, especially this omega-3 product that is so sensitive to temperature. So what are the challenges that you are facing in order to so when we talk about raw so when we talk if it's we don't think we need a lot of logistics in order to preserve the products, because especially this kind of product is not intended to be kept in cold. So we thank you. So we proceed to the next presentation. Prova, innovative products of quality and added value from sustainable sea. Erkens Aquaculture from Mare, Polytechnic Institute Leiria. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for the opportunity of being here to present our Prova project. This is a concept that is based on the research that has been done at the Polytechnic Institute in Leiria and also at Mare, the Center for the Environmental and Sea Sciences, in order to establish the framework of our work. As we all know, the consumers, they are more demanding and they are looking for seafood with a high nutritional value. And aquaculture is a sector that allows for this growth, and it is the sector that has been growing more as compared to other sectors. If we talk about the recirculation systems, the RAS. They have played a crucial role in the development of the industry. We'll talk about innovative methods, sustainable methods that allow to produce a seafood that is closer to the end consumer and with high efficiency and a very low environmental impact. For instance, if we talk about the sea urchins, they are appreciated all over the world. I mean, as you know, as there are certain consumers also in Portugal who consume them, and the demand exceeds the offer. So we're talking about a seasonal product. So since the 1990s, we have invested a lot on the research and development of sea urchins with aquaculture, but the production cycle is long and depends on the supply of feed of high nutritional value, and obviously with big impact also with big impact in terms of the eggs, basically. So what we want to do is to create fish eggs with high gastronomical value by optimizing the RAS for these animals, obviously with specific demands. We also want to produce the eggs through the fattening of the sea urchins. I'm going to explain this later on. Also to assess the quality of the eggs, we want to develop innovative products using byproducts. And we also want to identify the chain of value and the profile of the end consumer. And we want to identify potential users of this concept. So, in general, what we want to do is we want to develop a sustainable production model and also commercialization of the eggs of the sea urchins with high quality. So, what we want to do is we want to develop a prototype of recirculation to fatten the sea urchins. So it needs to be a system that is adapted to the characteristics of the species. So we'll talk about the temperature, also the capacity of recirculation of the water. Our proof of concept, we want to develop it, and it involves collecting sea urchins in areas of low impact. We also usually we can have situations where the capturing the sea urchins is done in areas of lower quality. We want to capture them and we want to proceed with the fattening and with the refinement in aquaculture environment. Then we will proceed with the functional, sensorial, and nutritional characterization of the eggs. So it basically to validate the quality of the product we are producing. After this initial validation of the eggs, we are going to develop products. The idea is also to increase the shelf life of the product. A product has usually a very a small shelf time. We want to increase it, so we want to work with the entire egg and to work and develop ways of transforming the egg, and also develop products that are different and that will attend to the needs of the market. We also want to develop products by using the byproducts. We're talking about a very specific production, because only 15% of the animals actually used to create products. So we want to take advantage of the remaining 85% of the biomass that we are feeding and not using. So the idea will be to use the carapace and the bones of the sea urchins to produce fertilizers, flour, supplements, and we also want to use the coelomic liquid and digestive tube, which also has several characteristics that we can use. So this would be the third stage of the project. After we have developed the products and we have validated the concept, we want to study the market and economic viability. So with studies with end consumer, we also want to develop marketing strategy. We want to also identify the competitors. This has been done already. We identified our main competitors, but we want to gain more knowledge on that. And also we want to assess the economic viability of this concept. So this proof of concept is demanding. So that's why we have to find ways of making this more viable. This is our team. My name is Silvio Lourenço. I forgot to introduce myself before. Then we have the different researchers of MAR at Polytechnic in Leiria, special experts in economical analysis, nutritional valuation, development of product, and aquaculture. So, and our idea basically is to test the solutions that could be used by the industry. I would just like to leave you with a final sentence about this concept. We want to provide the industry with a viable solution for this type of production that has seen many developments in terms of research, but we haven't been able yet to move to the next step. But obviously we don't want to endanger the natural population of sea urchins. So obviously we are creating tools also to repopulate the areas with more sea urchins. So let's proceed to the next presentation and the last presentation. OptiFish, optimized fish feed for precision aquaculture, Sparus, company Sparus. Bom dia, good morning. Thank you for the invitation. I'm here to present the OptiFish project, optimized, so a tool for to optimize the fish feed for precision agriculture. So this project was developed by a European consortium, SPARUS, involving SPARUS, nutrition of fish and mathematical modulation, Blue Analytics, data science and cloud solutions, Aquamanager, integrated information systems, and then Atlantic that produces takes care of the production part. So what is the problem? Well, the feeding represents about 60% of the total costs in agriculture, but many of the decisions are still based on empirical experiences. So it leads to a lot of uncertainty. So there's still a lack of tools that can help us, make decisions based on concrete data. So in order to prevent the waste of the food and other resources. So how would this work? So Optifish is a digital tool developed specifically to think of strategy in a practical way, in a transparent way. It is based on nutritional values, and it uses algorithms to optimize the big advantage of the system is that it will generate several different plans. So always with the goal of maximizing growth and also achieving more revenue. It also allows to reassess the plans throughout the entire cycle by using more data. So it's not just about planning the initial stage. No, it's a dynamic tool that will allow for decisions throughout the entire process. So the first step is to insert the data. So the weight of the fish, the temperature, the conditions of the location, the costs of the food. So using the data that's been inserted, we can calibrate the model and try to generate food plans for the different species. And then the user can select a plan that will better work according to their strategic plan. So the user will have more than one strategy available, all of them with a scientific basis. So finally, the user can compare the suggested plans with the reality, thinking of so it's a tool that supports the decision, always thinking of solutions and trying to always find the more efficient solutions. In terms of practical cases, artificial is already been tested by several companies, like for instance Atlantic. They have proceeded with industrial tests with very promising results. So it's this type of evaluation that has also reinforced the value of this tool. It has also been tested by two companies in Greece and Portugal with very promising results. To illustrate how this can be used in practical terms, we used real data data from Greece to produce so breamfish producers. So we had to the operator insert information like the temperature, the mortality, so the information about the food that is being provided, how much the monthly costs. So all this information has to be inserted by the user in order to generate the data and the plans that will be created by Optifish. So this graphic here shows that with all the data inserted, in Optifish, we'll have several different plans being generated. So always with the goal of maximizing the profits and the efficiency. So, and as you can see, all the fish, they all they achieved, they got to a target weight. So to the right we have the percentage of biomass that fish are supposed to be fed per day throughout in different phases of the cycle. So the blue plan shows the current practice of the aquaculture company. The other plans shows, for instance, the requirements, the meat requirements plan. So the table here, we have the main indicators that were generated. First, we have the user input plan, and then we have the plans that were optimized by Optifish, following several different criteria. So as you can see, all of these plans allowed us to get to allowed us to achieve growth. Okay. So the producer can compare real strategies and pick the one that is better adapted to the context. So this allows to reduce costs and also to save time. So here we can compare the meat requirement plan with the real data. For instance, the blue dots, they represent the SFR measurements throughout the cycle, and as you can see, they are very close to the red line. So it tells us that the plan is it's based, reality. So as a final message, Optifish represents a leap forward, and it is not just useful to develop strategies, but to develop tools that are based in models, in real-world tests, okay, with consistent results. So we are very confident in the success of this product and how this product can be applied to the national and international markets. Thank you.
Estão finalizadas as apresentações dos 15 projetos finalistas. O anúncio dos vencedores, aliás, porque são muitos, vai ser feito da parte da tarde. Altura agora para uma pausa para almoço.
So this was the presentations. The announcement of the winners will be done in the afternoon. It's time for a lunch break. See you later.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou pesca.
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 Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens. Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade. No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A Doca Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu sinto-se muito bem aqui. Esses portugueses são boas pessoas, isto é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha, que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa. Nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou político ou ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me consideram mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser. Como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar às pessoas aqui, não as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem o que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas. Porque aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca, as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou o pesca.
Eu sou 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 pesca.
Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens.
Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade.
No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A Doca Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
não formos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país e temos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal para o combate ao lixo marinho.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu me sinto sempre muito bem aqui. E se os portugueses são boas pessoas, isto é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha, que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou político-ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me consideram mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser. Como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar às pessoas aqui, não as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem o que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas, porque aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca, as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a doca pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou pesca.
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 Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens. Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade. No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A Doca Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
Mas o que é que tu precisas concretamente? Eu não estou a perceber. Mas estar livre para pedir o quê?
Nós não fomos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que
Deixa
vamos ter a
concreto
nossa,
naquilo que estás a
nossa
dizer.
rentabilidade
O que é que tu precisas concretamente?
Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao
Então
projeto.
se não sabes o que é que precisas, o que é que me estás a perguntar se eu estou livre? Está bem, mas tu neste momento não precisas de nada. O que é que eu não estou a perceber o que é que tu queres concretamente?
Aqui em Peniche os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem.
Sim, mas eu não estou bem a
país.
perceber como é
Temos
que eu
uma força
consigo
muito grande
resolver alguma
em Portugal
coisa,
ao combate ao lixo
não
marinho.
estando eu aí. Quer dizer, tu dizes-me que tens um problema de carregar o telemóvel, mas então decides a falar com a pessoa que não está aí. Se tu tens problemas em carregar o telemóvel, tens que pedir a alguém que esteja aí. Tá, mas eu não estou a perceber muito bem como é que eu posso ajudar. Eu neste momento estou em ilha, vou fazer um serviço de interpretação. A seguir vou... mas até podia estar em Aveiro, é irrelevante, não estou aí. Portanto, eu neste momento estou em Ilha. Quando sair daqui, sigo para Aveiro, onde tenho aulas. Vou ter aulas em Aveiro até às 7 horas. Saio de Aveiro, onde tenho uma aula para dar depois em casa, às 8 horas. Portanto, vou estar até às 9h30 da aulas. Não estou muito bem a perceber como é que eu posso resolver alguma coisa quando eu não estou aí. Não é nesse caso, em nenhum caso. Até se estamos a pôr o telemóvel a carregar, não vou ser eu consigo pô-lo a carregar, não é?
Na pesca não há
Não, tu tens de começar a habituar-te a pedir às pessoas que estão aí para te resolver os problemas. Foi para isso que tu foste para aí. Tu foste para o lar, tu quiseste ir para o lar para poderes ter uma equipa que esteja aí em permanência para resolver este tipo de coisas. Agora, se tu tens qualquer coisa que tens, tu vais ligar à pessoa que não está aí, que está a quilómetros de distância, como é que tu achas que vais resolver o problema ligando à pessoa que está mais longe de todos?
Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver.
Mas estás a perceber que a única saída que tu tens para resolver problemas imediatos é pedir às pessoas que estão aí, às funcionárias que estão aí. Não consegues resolver um problema. Repara, eu se estiver agora aqui, eu estou aqui em Ilha, num serviço de importação. Eu neste momento, se tiver aqui um problema qualquer, eu não vou ligar para o meu colega na escola do Porto para resolver o problema. Eu preciso de falar com alguém que esteja aqui no Museu Marítimo de Ilha e que me possa resolver o problema aqui na hora. Não é?
Religiosa ou político-ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem
eu ainda não liguei ao barbeiro, vou ligar ao barbeiro entre hoje amanhã para marcar com ele.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me consideram mais brasileiro, já me consideram português.
Eu nunca tive problemas nenhums de arranjar vaga, hoje ainda é quarta-feira.
Como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar às pessoas aqui, não as pessoas.
Eu vou-te explicar uma coisa. Ao sábado nunca foi complicado, em nenhum momento consegui vaga com ele. Portanto,
brincam, como
não há
sempre,
problema nenhum. Neste momento, eu aqui estando aqui a trabalhar, não consigo estar a ligar ao barbeiro. Portanto, deixa isso nas minhas mãos.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas. Porque aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado.
Está bem, mas é assim, mas repara, tu ligas-me a mim, mas tu tens algum problema premente, algum problema que tem que ser resolvido no imediato, tens que pedir sempre a quem está aí. Não vou ser eu, à distância, neste caso, à distância de 40 km, a resolver alguma coisa. Então não tens aí ninguém, mas então lembras-te, se calhar eu que estou a 40 km posso resolver seja o que for.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a DOCA Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
Já lá foste 2 vezes, já
todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou pesca.
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 DOCA Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Está bem, mas é assim, mas se for coisas como pôr o telemóvel a carregar, como deves imaginar, não é a mim que podes pedir.
As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores,
porque, como bem sabes,
e vendiam o peixe.
Não dá. Eu estou neste momento em Ilha, estou a 40 km daí, mas mesmo que estivesse em Adanca, não faria grande sentido eu ir de propósito de casa ao lar só para pôr o telemóvel a carregar.
E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar.
Percebes a lógica?
É libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens. Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O
futuro das nossas
Tu,
comunidades
vamos lá uma
é
coisa.
aquele em
Tu
que as mulheres
conhecer,
têm
conheces
igualdade de acesso e oportunidade.
E,
No mar
como
e
já
em
foi
terra,
explicado,
na
tu só
lota
precisas chamar
e
pela
na
Vânia
liderança.
e a Vânia arranja logo uma funcionária para te resolver o problema. Ou então pedes à pessoa que está sentada ao teu lado, às pessoas que estão sentadas ao teu lado, a perguntar se estão a ver alguma
Doca
funcionária, se podem
Pesca,
chamar uma funcionária.
lixo marinho.
Agora, não
O lixo
faz
marinho,
assim.
em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores
dizer que não estou
flagelos
em
globais
modo
do
porque
nosso
vou ir ao
tempo
lar e
que coloca
mas,
em
por amor
causa
de
a
Deus, não estás
sustentabilidade
rodeado
dos
de
ecossistemas.
vegetais.
Ciente
As coisas
da
são como são.
seriedade desta
Não estás
realidade,
rodeado de
a Doca
vegetais.
Pesca promove
Por amor de
diversas
Deus.
ações com o
Protegei
propósito
pessoas
de
que vão aí,
alertar,
quando eu vou aí,
educar e combater este
cumprimento, eu
problema,
cumprimento muito bem,
ao
falo
mesmo
muito
tempo
bem,
que
portanto,
procura
bem,
criar
que
as
não estou em
condições
modo
ideais
que
para o
sim,
tratamento e
é
recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento
Agora,
para os destinos adequados.
deves
O
imaginar,
projeto
carregar o
A Pesca
telemóvel
por
não
um
é
Mar
algo
Sem
que eu
Lixo
possa resolver.
promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também
eu vou
desenvolvidas
aí
ações
sempre
de
ao
limpeza
sábado e ao
costeira
domingo.
abertas às comunidades locais.
Não,
A Doca
já é
Pesca
bom. Eu não
assegura
estive
ainda
ainda aí
ações de
no sábado e no
sensibilização
domingo.
sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
Está bem, então. Vamos falando então. Deus está logo. Deus.
Se nós não formos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país e temos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal ao combate ao lixo marinho.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu me sinto sempre muito bem aqui. Esses portugueses são boas pessoas, isto é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha, que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou político ou ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me consideram mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser, como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar às pessoas aqui, não as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem um que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas, que aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca, as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou pesca.
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 Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens. Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade. No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A Doca Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
Nós não fomos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país e temos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal ao combate ao lixo marinho.
To show the difference between that last one that we didn't bandage and this one that we were definitely going to need to bandage. As you all just heard me say, I thought this was going to be a very...
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é previsto do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu sinto-se muito bem aqui. Esses portugueses são boas pessoas, é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha, que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa. Nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou político-ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me consideram mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser, como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar às pessoas aqui, não as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem um que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas. Porque aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca, as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Varoval jsem o tisku, je to moje ryzí soukromá záležitost. Zaslouží si to.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou pesca.
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 Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens. Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade. No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A Doca Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
What I love about it is the guy thinks Vaclav Klaus, the Czech president, thinks no one notices. Hey, I'm not doing anything. It's okay. It's cool. Close it. Now, we've seen those arrows there because this was all played on Czech TV, and they are having so much fun with it over there. This president is getting ridiculed. They've started a Facebook campaign. He's got sent 5,000 pets. Casey, you're exactly right. It's all over the country. I think he's going to survive it.
His countrymen are having lots of fun with him on this one. But you know, there is a question.
Nós não fomos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país e temos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal para o combate ao lixo marinho.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu me sinto sempre muito bem aqui. E se os portugueses são boas pessoas, isto é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha, que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou político ou ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me consideram mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser. Como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar às pessoas aqui, não as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem um que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas, porque aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca, as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou o pesca.
Eu sou 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 pesca.
Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens.
Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade.
No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A Doca Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
Nós não fomos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país e temos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal para o combate ao lixo marinho.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu me sinto sempre muito bem aqui. Esses portugueses são boas pessoas, isto é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha, que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou político ou ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me consideram mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser. Como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar às pessoas aqui, não as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem um que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas, porque aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca, as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Welcome back. Before we reveal the winners of the 4th edition of the Innovation Prize Expo Fish Portugal, we would like to make a brief tribute to the winners of the previous edition. Last year, we had the honor to award innovative and high-impact projects in the marine food sector. We have with us two of the previous year's winners. The Conservação project of the National Association of Fish Canning Industries and Portuguese Catholic University, which aimed to create a Portuguese sardines canned aimed at the Japanese market, led by Isabel Tato, and also the High Q Soul project presented by Paul Gavai and Patrícia Diogo from the Algarve Sea Science Center. Application of microalgae with bioactive compounds to reduce skeletal inflammations in aquaculture fish. We would now like to invite last year's winners to come on stage so that we can not only recognize the excellent work they have done, but also see the follow-up their projects have had and new ideas they are working on. So I would like to invite you on stage so that we can start our chat. Good afternoon. Please take a seat. Good afternoon again. Paul, I'm gonna start with you. So, for those who don't know you, I would like you to briefly explain to us what your project was, the winning project, last year's winning project, and what the impact of this award. What was the impact of this award for your project? So, thank you. First of all, having been awarded this prize was, above all, a recognition of the work we developed at the University of Algarve, together with Necton, who they produced the microalgae that I used in our project, and we had seen that these microalgae had some positive effects, and when we had the chance of applying, competing for this award, it was a way of we had done some work with the zebrafish, and we knew it worked well. We knew that the skeleton would form with less malformations. So, but this was a model fish. We wanted to be sure that this would also happen in an aquaculture context. And the experiments we did were actually, they proved it. And we even had bigger and more satisfying results than what we expected. So we had a growth of about 13% of the larvae that were treated during this project. Isabel, I would also like to ask you the same question. I would like you to explain and to explain what this project was and the impact this award had as well. Well, I will use my colleagues' words. So thank you so much for the award. It made an impact. We wanted to develop 3 different types of Portuguese canned fish and take them to the other side of the world. So we not only had to develop a prototype in Portugal, but we also needed the cooperation of Portuguese chefs, not just in Portugal, but also in Japan, because this is important when we are developing or innovating. We have to understand the trends of the market. And it's a fact that Japan has consumers that are very different from the consumers of the rest of the world. So we had to identify the chefs that were closer to the Japanese trends. So we created this group with Portuguese chefs in order to develop these prototypes together with the Catholic University of Porto. We also had the support of one of our members, José Gourmet. They helped us with the development of the prototypes. And finally, after several prototypes have been developed, and after we sent these prototypes to Japan so that they could evaluate the product in general, we were able to get to a final product, and this was only possible, with the prize. So obviously, being awarded with this prize also provides us with visibility and credibility, which is also quite important. So we also, when we knew that this year we would have Expo Osaka in Japan, and we decided to have the launch there because it was also important to create a network there of opinion makers, influencers, chefs, journalists. So we were able to organize 2 tasting sessions, one for the public, but also one private, more related, more focused on marketing and trade part of the process. So this allows us to take our canned fish as far as possible. And we paved the way. This way we paved the way, also obviously with the help of Dr. Pesca and all the other players, and so we're able to enter this market with very good results. So it was very important. So thank you so much for this prize, because without it, we wouldn't have been able to get this started. So if you look at results, Paulo, and after you talked about results, so what feedback did you have after you got the award? Well, after we validated the results, and we have already presented these results in the conferences, in agriculture conferences. So we have been in touch with several agriculture companies in order to implement these results. It's a dating process with the agriculture sector. We've been working more with sole, but we want to also move to other species, but especially the bream fish. It is also the species that tends to be more affected by this issue. So, and we have been working in order to apply to agriculture, all the work we did in our labs. We believe that we will be able to implement this on an industrial scale. We have already applied 3 different models. The results are still there, and we have observed 20% improvement, which is very good numbers. And we believe that all of these processes can allow to increase the productivity. Isabel, I would also like to ask you for the feedback you obtained and what would be the next steps of the project. So the feedback was highly positive. We have an importer that is interested in the products we have developed, but that isn't even our main goal. Our main goal is to pave the way for members. So what we are doing, what we're going to do is not just to work with this importer, but also to create a network of opinion makers, chefs, journalists. Recently, we had with the event in Japan, obviously, because we have always been working with the Japanese market, because for us, and when I say us, I mean our members, Japan had always been considered an emerging market, a very attractive market, but it was difficult for us to enter it. So obviously this is a process that takes time, and we are basically working in the back office, in order to get our canned fish being talked about in Japan. So we have also been talking with NGOs, NGOs that will, for each can that is sold, they will also get a fee in order to also support the development of sustainability. We are also working on improving our packaging so that the paint that is used on the can, so that the paint will include some product that will help with the soil, with nutrients when after the can gets discarded. So this is basically what we have been doing, to identify certain NGOs to work with, also to improve our packaging, in order to not just to reuse, but also to reconstruct, to rebuild the planet. Paulo, how exactly do you believe that your project is contributing to the sustainability of the food sector? Well, in the sense that we have been able to reduce the waste that is produced in aquaculture, because we know that fish with malformations tends to be removed from the production process, and they can be used as byproducts. And with several species, it is very common. And we are talking about fish that is fed by the producers, especially when they are young. It's young fish tends to be the most expensive to maintain. So if we're able to reduce the waste, we'll also be able to improve the profitability of the sector. So obviously, by producing fish in a more efficient way, we're also reducing and we're improving the I would also like to talk about sustainability, because we are using MSC sardines. We are talking about an eco label. We have also we're adding value to the Portuguese sardine. We're adding value to the fishery. So So all of this. So I believe that all of this. These are important aspects that are related with sustainability. So this final question: what advice would you give to the participants, this year's participants, and also future participants of a future edition? Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate all the participants because I really loved the ideas that were presented today. Some of them are still at the initial stage. Some of them are a bit more developed. So some of them have competed in previous years. So my advice will always to never give up on your dreams, because keep investing, even if you don't win today. Don't give up on your ideas, because I believe, I mean, from what I saw, most of the ideas I saw here today have a future. They have a way of reaching the market and improving the whole sector. So I especially liked I especially like to learn about the quality of the ideas that have been developed in Portugal. I was a researcher for many years, and I believe that I still believe that we need to develop product that is a pliable product that does not end up in some drawer. No, we need to be ambitious, and we need to invest our time in something that we believe will be useful, and not just because some scientific article. No. It needs to be something that is useful. And actually, I said that during my presentation. So we are in good company this year. And on the other hand, I would also like to leave another message, because everyone is now talking about sustainability, and sustainability is important, but we shouldn't just look at this as a trend, but as a life project. So we need to recover time. We need to be more efficient, to make to let the products, the sea products shine. So this is something. It shouldn't just be a trend. It should be part of our mindset. For instance, because I have children, and I would like to leave a better present, a better planet for them than the planet I inherited. So these would be the main aspects. So thank you so much, and until next time. So we have now reached one of the most awaited moments of the day. Throughout this morning, we had the 16 finalists of this year edition. They were presented. Our jury has carefully reviewed all proposals and submissions and has reached its deliberations. So for each of the 3 categories in competition, an honorable mention and a winner will be awarded. So let's start with the fishing and aquaculture and more sustainable aquaculture category. And I ask for the presence of the members of jury, Rita Souza, Isidro Branquet, and Toso Dias, for the delivery of the distinctions. So you can stay standing. It's quicker, and you can keep me company. So let's begin. Let me remind you, the category that is going to be awarded is fishing and more sustainable aquaculture. And the honorable mention was given to the project Smart Hook. Smart hook, long line with smart hooks with automatic mitigation of shark bite catch of University of Coimbra. Congratulations. So, if you could just stand for the picture. I ask you to, if you could just remain on stage so that we can take a group photo. So the winner of this category is Prova. Innovative products of quality and added value from sustainable sea urchins of the Polytechnic Institute Leiria. Congratulations. Congratulations to the winners. So we're going to continue with the next category, new equipment solutions and digital services. The honorable mention was given to the project Marea from the National Small Fish Institute of Circo. Congratulations. Even though we had those initial technical issues, it was worth doing the presentation. And the winner of this category is Petritag. So, paper-based label for bacterial detection from Alma Science. Finally, we will end with the category new seafood products, for which so the honorable mention was given to the project Food Cycle Innovations of the Leiria Polytechnic Institute. Congratulations. So, and the winner of the new seafood products was awarded to the project Atlantic Fish Sauce of Karuna Biotech Solutions. Since we know they are not here with us today, they are participating via video conference. Here we have Rui again. Congratulations. So will be a different type of photo. Rui, could you please smile so that we can have a record that you were the winner of this award? Thank you all. So I would ask you to gather here in the center of the stage so that we can take a photo with all the winners of this year's Expo Fish Innovation Award. Yes, the jury can also be part of the photo. So, photo has been taken. Thank you so much and congratulations again. So, thanks to all participants, and obviously congratulations to all the winners of the Innovation Award Expo Fish Portugal. We are coming to the end of the 5th edition of Expo Fish Portugal. I hope that, just like me, and I did learn a lot, you have used these 2 days to learn, to exchange experiences, and to reflect on the future of the fish industry. To officially close our 2025 edition, I have the pleasure of calling to the stage Afonso Oliveira, Chairman of the Board of Directors of Doca Pesca. Good afternoon, everyone. I have the easiest job, which is, it's easy because everything went well. The work that was developed, all the projects that were presented, what we were able to see, it was beautiful. It was a beautiful moment. Yes, it was also amazing. The debates, the contributes we had, so contributions. So it is. I'm really proud. In name of Doca Pesca to be here for this closing session. So I'm going to be quick. I would just like to say and to thank everyone who attended here, also those who participated online. So a big thank you for people who attended online, people who also asked, contributed online, because this is made possible these days. So everyone played an important role for the success of this edition. A special thanks to the mayor of Ilhavo, who was also the president of the jury, for the reception we had at this museum. I confess I didn't know the museum before. I absolutely loved visiting it, and it was amazing to have the mayor playing as a host, playing the role of the host, to watch the enthusiasm of someone who is leading a region that is so connected to the sea. So again, this place, this location was amazing for this event. I was able to express this before, even at lunchtime we were talking about it, yeah, because the first time I heard the idea of the codfish museum, I was like, okay, this is it. So this event is an important event. I also have to mention the Secretary of State, who could not be with us today for the closing session, but he was here yesterday. And it's important to know that all the players that are involved with the sea, that they are working together, and they are also aligned with the government, and there is also this strong connection between the Doca Pesca and the government, because we are all working for a common goal, a goal in an area that is relevant for the country. As we know, we have a huge coastline, but Doca Pesca is basically working in the entire coastline. But Doca Pesca is way more than just the coastline. So, for instance, I would also like to thank, again, in the name of Doca Pesca, I would like to thank all the panelists, all the moderators. They were all able to talk about the strategic vision and the vision for the future. So, and listening to what is happening, to what is being done by universities, by the associations. So this is important. This is important to listen to the people who are working in the field. So I believe it's important to get the universities even more involved, and to have them also attend an event like this. So again, I have to be thankful for all the panelists, the moderators. I would also like to thank the Doca Pesca teams that made this possible. There was a lot of work in the backstage, so and I have to publicly express my gratitude. So obviously the work developed by our presenter Rosa Pinta, who was with us today, and the work developed by her as well. So I think everyone was able to appreciate the good work that was done by her. Obviously, the expectations were high, but she was able to meet these expectations. So Expo Fish Portugal was born with a purpose, okay, to promote cooperation, to add value to our product. So that's the reason we are here. So and Toca Pesca obviously wants to work for. We work together to guarantee better infrastructures, traceability, food safety, and conditions so that the sector can grow in a sustainable way. So this is the mission of Rosa Pesca. So, and this is only possible with the involvement of who is working in the field. So universities, the producers, all the players, everyone who is connected to the fishing sector. It's important to obtain the knowledge from them and to use this knowledge at Doca Pesca. Over the past 2 days, we were able to debate some central themes. We talked about transparency, traceability, and the importance of collecting information about the entire path of the seafood. First, we were able to listen to Filomena yesterday about Filomena from Doca Pesca. Because she talked about the importance of what happens, after Doca Pesca. How does the fish get to the consumer? So we also talked about the good practices of the value chain. We talked about the role, the importance of interprofessional association. We heard international experts who also testified how this can be important for the sector. Today we talked a lot about innovation with the participation of the 15 finalists of the Expo Fish Innovation Award. The projects that were presented showed us that we have excellent research being done, and this is also something we did today. And again, I would like to thank you for the work that was developed. Some projects were surprising. I speak for myself. I didn't obviously. I wasn't involved with all the projects, so I was positively surprised by some of the things that were shown and are important for us as a country. And I would also like to congratulate the winners, but actually all the finalists, because they all contributed for a common goal. I believe that all the projects that were presented, I'm using the fact that there are winners. Okay, sure, there are projects that are more successful than others, but what is important is that yes, we have there is work being done. So I would also like to talk about our delegation to the Expo in Japan. We took 12 companies to a very demanding market. I mean, we have already highlighted today how important the Japanese market is, but also how difficult it is to enter it. It has to do with Japanese culture. But this mission was a success, and it opened the doors to more exportation, to more exports. So, and this is a good example of how cooperation between different entities, between different stakeholders can make Portuguese seafood, get to more markets. Expo Fish Portugal is a place of meeting, of building. It's about recognition. It's about being able to respond to challenges. I would like to reinforce that we are totally available to help and to work together with all the stakeholders, consumers, retailers, universities, producers, in order to, again, to improve the quality of our sector. Well, because Expo Fish is about our seas, finally, I would like to thank everyone for their attendance. We'll talk about 2 productive days, enriching days. I'm very proud for having hosted this session, for having organized this session. So next year we will meet again. Don't know where, but we will definitely meet again. Again, thank you so much for your support, for your help, for your cooperation. These are also good opportunities for meeting. There were people who were here yesterday, people were here today. And all the conversations we had during the breaks, during the pauses, they were also important for building our sector together. So again, thank you for having been here, and I wish that you all have a Merry Christmas. I think it's time already to wish Merry Christmas. So thank you so much. See you next year. So thank you all for your presence and the participation, those who were here today and yesterday, also those who participated online. So see you next year, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all. Thank you so much for also hosting.
Há séculos que Portugal olha para o mar e vê mais do que o horizonte. Portugal tem uma das indústrias de pesca mais antigas do mundo. Um setor que evolui com inovação, tecnologia e sustentabilidade. A pesca mantém o ritmo das marés, mas com respeito pelo oceano. Na indústria transformadora, o peixe é tratado com precisão e orgulho. As conservas, herança portuguesa, reinventam-se sem perder o sabor da história. E nas aquaculturas, nasce uma nova forma de alimentar o mundo. Da captura à transformação, das conservas à aquacultura, o saber português continua a ser referência além fronteiras. No mar, encontramos a nossa origem. Na inovação, o nosso futuro. O futuro do mar constrói-se hoje. Expo Fish Portugal 2025. Museu Marítimo de Ilhavo. 9 e 10 de dezembro.